Just doing a quick audio test. All right. Hello. All right, here we go. This is a totally different setup. I'm at home, I'm in my office, and everything's made from scratch again just for this stream. So, how's everybody doing? Looks like we got Jeremiah, we got Amelie, and we got Dub C in here already. Good to see you guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Today is just going to be a work stream. Going to be trying to get some stuff in the spreadsheet and up on the website, and maybe figure out a way to make the images work a little better. So, hey, MFOS, tell me if I should say the letters or if it, you know, it's pronounced a certain way, and I'll do it from here on out. It's probably, what, 10 o'clock where you're at? Wait, I forget, we had our stupid change of time today, so 9 o'clock probably, because we were an hour earlier yesterday. Either way, hey, this is bulletin number 65. Sorry, this is bulletin number 65. It is Sunday, March 13th, 2022, and hope everybody MFOs. I'm going to go with the MFOs for a second. All right, so this one, we've got a couple different screen setups here. We've got one where we can see browser where I'm working on stuff, and then we've got another one where we can see the data side of things, where I'll be changing the contents of the spreadsheet on the site and running the deploy program to make the site, because it's just it's generated every time I make changes to it. So we've got a couple of extra spreadsheets here. Let's see, gotta go into the drive, and I'll transition to that. Do I need studio mode? I guess not for right now. I can do this a little quicker that way. All right, so everybody can hear me, right? Yeah, no, you've already responded a few times. You can hear me. I know it's a little crappy audio, but it's just off the webcam up there. So let's see, we're looking for master catalog. All right, we made it through. Let's see what? Through some Russian Emercoms, so that's the end of box 4. All right, so I'm going to jump back into that. But first, I want to take a look at making a script to grab the images from this file and put them locally, so that then we can try loading them from the site itself instead of from Google, and see if that works in terms of making this whole thing faster. Because right now, every one of these images has to reach out to Google servers and get grabbed. And as you can see, that's not super quick. I'd like the site to run a lot snappier in the long run. Right here, I'm on a really, really good connection. But if you remember last week, we were taking a look at it on the laptop over in the museum, and it was running very, very poorly. So I'm assuming most folks are going to see it running super duper slow, and just want to try and fix that up a little bit. Hey, Kaylin, welcome to the stream. Good to have you. It's going good over here, thank you. Oh, let's see. So, interesting. I'm not seeing all the messages on the right here. I wonder if something is happening. I'm seeing them in the stream. Maybe they're just coming through in a slightly different order. But I made this section down here on the actual stream, like, I guess, let's see, right down below where the mouse is right now. I made that a good chunk bigger, so hopefully folks can read it a little better, but I see it's still kind of dark, so let's see. I don't think it's going to be too bad technical problems wise. Nothing should be skipping or weird this time, but hey, this is entirely a technical stream. We're not looking at any rations. We're not, well, I mean, you'll see tons and tons of pictures of rations in this one, but the whole point of this stream is the tech side of things. Just working on the collection website since I don't get a ton of time for that during the week and it needs to get better. So I was just hoping that maybe there's some options in here to change color and that kind of stuff, but it doesn't look like it. Oh, actually, maybe there is. No, not so much. That's all right. You can always mess with this later. It's just that it's, you know, it's a little dark in there. I hope everybody can see it either way. Because I know some folks watch on their TVs or on their phones and, you know, don't really know who I'm talking to and that sort of thing. So I'm trying to fix that, you know, trying to make it so that it's a little clearer that I'm actually engaging with folks, and not just talking to myself. Let me turn the scale up on this maybe a little more. Ignore that. That's why I do use studio mode. Okay, so there we go. So that should be even bigger. Should be pretty clear from here on out. Okay, so back to trying to make a script to grab these images. I guess it should try one or two real quick. So we'll jump over to the server side of things. And I'm just going to grab one of these image URLs. And we're going to get it locally. So I think this stuff goes in the objects folder. Make a directory, call it large. Gonna jump in there. Gonna grab this first image as a test. All right, we've got it. That's terrible. That's not a file name. So that's going to be a bit of a problem. That works, but that doesn't work at all. Although, who knows? Maybe it actually does. Ooh, Dave's saying snowed all morning here and it's warming up. Yeah, it's you know, it snowed here, but like not in a way that really matters. Just the tiniest little dusting. Everything froze over. It's like 20 degrees though, so it cooled down again. I have this kind of divider between my upstairs and downstairs to keep my cats apart, and last night by the end of the night it was pretty freezing up here because it kept the heat from drifting upstairs, and it kept the cold that was building upstairs from drifting down to the basement. So I had to open it up, but then, you know, the downstairs cat found her way through this crack about this big, about 8 feet off the ground, that she could suddenly see, and of course the cats got into a fight. So you'll probably see Billy, my one my upstairs cat. You know, at some point she'll wander in, I'm sure. And you've seen Shabby on stream before. She's the gray one. Billy's the white one. Maybe she's been on a stream. I don't think so. You're doing your own video editing infos. What are you working on? I know I got a couple of videos in the community to catch up on. I saw CT, I think, was just looking at a Chilean ration. That looked pretty neat. Yossi! Hey, welcome. Good to have you. And we got Rosie in here. Howdy. So I'm going to test a theory. I'm going to grab all the images from this first chunk here, and then I'm going to swap out to not use their oh, it's the same image. That's right. I don't have to do that. I'm just going to swap out. Wait, no, it isn't. It shouldn't be the same image. It's the same image for the first three because they're all the same size. I'm going to see if it can play ball with these ridiculous file names that start with UC question mark ID equals. Because if it can play with that, then we'll leave that be for now. Excuse me, and I'll figure out some way to rename them later. But let's see, we got a couple here. And then what I'm going to do is just chop out the first part, the Google part. Just going to go replace, 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 replace. And we'll save this. And we'll deploy this to the site. And this is for South Korean Type 2 Menu 2 Vegetable Bibimbap. So we'll see if that updated and if the images are suddenly gone or if they work okay. Okay, we see the images are suddenly gone. So this does not like, oh wait, I forgot I put them in a subdirectory. So, and I didn't delete that last one. So let's back that up. Let's step that back a bit. Oh, I guess you couldn't see that the images are gone. I didn't swap over to that scene because I'm a dumb today, but that's all right. Let's see. So we're going to stay on this screen. I'm going to replace this with, I think just going to say large because that's where I put them. Okay, so now they're all looking at large slash and then that gibberish block. And we'll redeploy it again. And then we'll look at the site. Hey, it worked. So that'll work. That'll actually work. And they should be a lot faster because they're local. I'm missing one though. Did I not grab all 4 of these? Or all 3 of these? Let's see. Grabbed. I think I'm missing one. I swear it showed something different last time. Oh, no. It didn't work. It's just that the order changes when I refresh. Yeah, now I broke the 4th one because the 4th one was the one I left behind. Okay, so that doesn't work. So that is a fun one to learn. So just so you guys know, this is what happens all the time that I'm not on stream. Like, this is what's happening. It's messing with the tech and trying to figure this stuff out, so that we have a website and do something with the thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of pictures that I've shot. I think we're going on 20,000, something like that at this point. Yeah, I broke it. I get you. And it looks like the chat's just slightly too big, so I'm going to try and fix that again. It is going on to another line. So, okay, reducing that to 140, and then this time I won't make everybody see that black screen while I'm doing the edit, and I'll refresh, and we'll see how that works. Tech, tech, tech. All right, the hope is that longer messages don't scroll over to a second line that goes off camera. I mean, not off camera, you know what I mean. That drifts down below the bottom of the screen down there to where people can't read them. It's a fine line, it's balance. And actually, I just realized I could do another slight shift and make that box just a tiny bit taller. There we go. That should be all right. There we go. Okay, so this is broken. And it's not going to play well with the crazy images that I've got. So what I would like to do is be able to take the data from this spreadsheet and convert, grab these images and convert them into a more readable name when they come in. And we've got these collection identifiers that we could potentially use. I'd also like to be able to compress these. I could write all this in PHP, but then that means putting PHP on this server, which I don't think that would hurt much. Let's jump over and do that. And then maybe I can code something up real quick to do all this image grabbing instead of using Perl or something I'm not that familiar with. Hey, Aletha, welcome. Good to see you. Oh yeah, you know it, Dub C. There's a ton of data. So this is just the first chunk that Amelie's been putting together for the museum, going through and classifying stuff, putting keywords, figuring out if there's a manufacturer on there, assigning an identifier to them. So there's 31 things that have been 30 things that have been picked up so far, and this is the catalog of everything that I've gone through and taken photos of from the museum collection. So we're at we're going on to line 33, and this is going to be a pretty big project. Yep, still scrolling. All right, and we're down to line 961. So going to be a lot. But the point is to get all this stuff online. Because that way, when I fundraise for the museum, it's a lot less, is this really, what is this really doing? Are there really, things to worry about in this collection, or however we want to look at it? It should be a lot more, provable that this whole thing is the whole project exists and is working hard to preserve a sizable number of artifacts in the long run. So we're well over 1,000 things in the collection. And then there's stuff that's not in here in terms of not in the catalog, but that we have, like all these fantastic pictures. Got a couple different runs through. Gonna need to clean these up, to chop off the rest of the scan bed part, and to get these on the site, I'd like to eventually do some fundraising where we sell, you know, prints of these. So I've got pretty good collection of, you know, these ration ads. And the quality on these, you know, the scans are pretty good. They get in really, really detailed. So they should be pretty decent for making, you know, high quality copies later. Because you can't beat steel for efficiency. I love these things. Hey Pete, how's it going? Yeah, that's, you know, 25 minutes ago, Pete. Yeah, no worries. You can show up and, you know, wander at any time at your leisure. This is just going to be a long text stream. Um, but yeah, so we've got a lot of stuff to share, and some of it's photos. Don't want to share the you know, the super 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 detailed versions of these, and I'm probably going to want to watermark these, just so you know, just so the possibility still exists there for the museum to sell these things as prints, you know, decent full size frameable prints, maybe even pre-mounted. I don't know. We'd have to identify, you know, some company that's gonna be a good partner, a good fit, so that, you know, the amount per sale is worth doing, you know. Um, and hey, it looks like we got Smokey on here. Oh, you don't have to worry about that, Smokey. Your son's actual birthday party, was there a fake birthday party as well? Yeah, exactly, Kaylin. I do want to watermark the ones that go on the site. Oh, you're thinking I should watermark everything. You know, that's not a bad idea. Um, Let me jump over here while I'm searching. 'Cause I may be able to do everything at once. Grab the files, make a couple copy resizes of them, and watermark them all together, which would be nice. Because then we can keep doing the spreadsheet the way we're doing and use these um, URLs that reference the photos where they sit in the collection. So that's back over here. We've got collection photos, and we've got for every box that I've shot. So, you know, so far we're through box 1, 2, 3, and 4, and just Amelie's been taking choice photos from what's in here. There's obviously, you know, a lot of different shots of everything, so that I have some to choose from. Unfortunately, a lot of the early stuff, it's just I didn't do a great job, and you can see things like in here the reflection of the lights in the ceiling and that kind of stuff, which I tried to get better at, but, you know, like I've said throughout this whole process, these aren't the real museum quality photos. That's a job that's going to take a lot longer and going to need better lighting, and it's going to have to involve like the little marker that says exactly the size of everything. So these are just, let's see what we have, get some good pictures of all the markings on it, so that anybody who's looking to say, you know, see like the manufacturer or you know, the stamps and stuff on the outside of the packages has, you know, a good reference. But there's lots and lots and lots and lots of photos. And you can see I tried to get two, basically two. Every time I take a picture, I take take a picture, pause, take a picture again, just so that there's, two options in terms of, in case there's like some blurring or some, something that gets in the way. And so I don't have to go find that one item, go back and take another picture of it. The reflective stuff is always really hard to get a good picture, but like the gold stuff. And also, these will help serve as a reference for, if I think, oh, I think something might have gotten worse, I can go take a look at, the existing photo. Like this one, this one's not going to last forever in its current state. It'll also help me figure out, like, what do we need to prioritize getting cleaned up, because that's just going to be, hundreds of hours of work at some point, is going through as many of these as possible, opening them, documenting how they looked on the inside, at what age they were opened up, and then keeping the cans. So like we aren't going to keep turkey loaf in this can for the rest of the time. It'll just rot. It'll just fall apart. So there's no real benefit to doing that. But there will be a benefit to seeing, like, what does it look like after the amount of time that it's already spent in there. And I can go in and I can tag things if we need to. So then we can search tags later. So it can say, oh, I'm tagging the USDA inspection mark. I'm not going to actually do that, but yeah, I mean, this is just to kind of highlight that there's a lot that's going on. I love box 38. Box 38 is my favorite. It is all the space stuff. I just opened it up the other day, and this popped. It finally popped. This chocolate pudding from that was on Mir for like 185 days or something like that. So it was bulging. I wonder if I have any good shots that show the bulge. Not really. It doesn't look like I covered it too well. So this pull tab top was starting to really bulge quite a bit the last that I looked at it, and yeah, it popped open, and it was pretty much empty inside. Like the space in there was all kind of like, the pudding itself was pretty collapsed, and there was some crazy mold that was growing inside the can. Space mold, yeah. So that'll be neat. But I'm gonna have to clean that up and make sure that the can's still displayable. This was one, it's very similar to one that Paul sent me a picture of, that another museum had gone to the effort of cutting open and cleaning out, doing very much the same kind of approach that I'm taking. Oh, Kaylin, I see you said your mom is in the hospital, getting in the critical care unit. We'll be keeping her in our prayers. Taking, I hope she's out of there soon and feeling better. Let's see. So yeah, I mean, this space box has all kinds of crazy good stuff. This one is always going to be, this is a mystery ration. It's the same color as like the strawberries, but it does look like meat. This one was just cheap enough that I couldn't skip over it. It's space shuttle era. Technically up to and including, now they're still producing them like this, but from the Velcro, I'm thinking earlier shuttle, but we don't know. So that one's a neat one. The other examples, have these, have these labels on them, but at some point the label came off of that one, or it was never put on there. Another thing about this whole cleanup process is that these photos need to get pulled down and rotated in a lot of cases. It's hard for the camera to maintain rotation because it's just a cell phone, you know, and the pictures get better quality as time went on because I used progressively better cell phones while taking these. It looks like Canadian jerky, says Pete. That was back for this one. Yeah, it kind of does. You know, it does kind of look more like meat than fruit, but let me show you an example of what I mean. Let's see, one of these is strawberries. This one. Yeah, so this right here kind of looks the same in terms of chunks and the color, but this is, oh wait, no, that's the grapefruit drink. Yeah, this is strawberries. I love this container style. I didn't get a good picture of the injection port on this thing, so that'll be something to go back and do later. This is from the from above, but the underside of it has this kind of like channel that goes diagonal where the needle comes out. You see down here, you know, this is where you'd puncture through and comes out down there just underneath this plastic, so that when you're pushing in the hot water, um, it it doesn't puncture the outer layer of that bag. So this one would take 3 ounces of hot water, and you'd let it sit for 5 to 10 minutes, and that's this sweet and sour chicken, which looks like for the most part it's still chicken. I don't know that I would trust any of these space station meals at this point. They certainly weren't meant to last for 100 years. But this could be it's all pretty dark down in there. The sauce is at the bottom, and the chicken itself doesn't look too bad, but some of it definitely doesn't look great, like this whole section here. I just had a thought. Let's see if I can get my mouse pointer bigger so that it's easier to see what I'm pointing at. Just mouse and cursor size. Yeah, there we go. Hey, there we go. Oh, well, that's weird. It still shows the tiny one on there. It's huge from what I'm looking at. Let's see if I swap over to the other. Nope, it stays tiny. That's neat. I don't know why it does that. But, problem for another day. Don't get too hung up on it. All right. But yeah, it's just, it's an ongoing process. Gonna get all this stuff up there eventually. Yeah, exactly, Rachel. And hey, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. It's gonna be it's gonna be a great website when it's done. I really think it's gonna be a nice way to see everything that's in the collection, and then we're gonna come back as a whole another layer and add descriptions to all of these to talk through what they are and what's in them and that sort of stuff, and then continue to add layers of like menus and links to reviews and all that. It's a lot, but that's the point. There's a lot in this whole field that's interesting and that we can share in one place, so that it's easier and easier to find data on this kind of stuff. All right, so back to the problem at hand. I am trying to solve for these broken images by putting together, hopefully, a script that can grab them. All right, so put that up for a minute while I'm working on it. PHP watermark proportional resizing. The watermarking side of it I can probably hold off on for now. Actually, I don't know, maybe. Let's see, let's try Photopia. And we'll make a Ration Museum watermark. Doesn't need to be big. Go with 400 by 100. Background transparent and create. See, I've been using a particular color. Not going to need that to be as tall as it is. So we'll adjust the canvas size down to, let's see, about 35. About 30. Yeah, that looks about right. And let's change the text color. And then we'll give it an outline. See, what editing software do I use? I don't do video editing at all, Yossi, like ever. I'm terrible, terrible, terrible at it. That's why I do a live show, because then I don't have to edit. I use Open Broadcast Studio to do the actual show. Like, here's that. Here's us right now in Open Broadcast Studio, and this lets me have all my different scenes and pieces and overlay all those, so that I can build these scene collections that we just jump through a little easier. But I don't do video editing. I am a terrible procrastinator, and it takes a ton of work. So live means all I have to do is put the pieces together so that all the video like lays on top of each other, and then hit go. So that works out. But the thing is, you can do that, and then you can output it to like a file, so you can save it as a video and do more than you need, so that all you really have to do later is cut out the pieces that you don't want and make your video shorter. That would be fun, maybe I could do something like that in the future. But even then, it's just, there's so many of these projects that overlap at the same time. It's like, when does any of this get done? All right, so I need to put an outline on this. So I need, what, layer styles? Layer style. Nope. I'm looking for... Bear with me. I mean, this is all... this is the reality of this stuff. I'm going to flatten this. Convert it to a smart object? Maybe? No. Don't want to do that. I swear it should, well, let's see. Oh, and hey, Ben, how's it going? Yeah, Premiere is good, Vegas is good. You know, heck, even just the Windows Movie Editor is you know, good enough for doing like trimming and stuff. Not for doing compositing or for putting like computer effects into things, really, but for a lot of stuff, it's great. Properties? Layer properties? No. It's got to be, one of these is going to have the outline. I know I've done it a billion times. Is the only reason that I'm being insistent. Oh, hey, there we go. Layer style. I just double click on that. I don't know. That's interesting. So, bevel and emboss, outer glow, gradient, outer glow, drop shadow. Drop shadow is probably what I'll, no, not drop shadow. Outer glow. Set the outer glow to black for a good outline. So we'll set the opacity to 100% there. No, that's just a glow. That doesn't look right. No. Nope, that's not what I want at all. So let's see, turn that back off. Pattern overlay, nope, not what I want. Drop shadow, not what I want. Did I already convert this thing? No. Stroke might be good. But where do I set the color for that? This doesn't work. Nope, that's not going to work. Oh, what the heck? I am very confused. All right, so I was just looking at two different panels at the same time. Okay, so I can set, there we go. This is getting better. This is getting where I wanted that. So we've got a size of 3. Let's do a size of 2. What I want, you know, just so everybody has any idea what the heck, Yeah, Photopia or Photopea. I think I pronounce it Photopia. I'm probably wrong, but this is just a web Photoshop. You know, it's basically it's free Photoshop. You just see these stupid ads on the side while you're using it. But um, you know, I've been using this for years and years and years. All the little like Ration Museum text stuff I've ever done, I do in here just because it works. And it has all the same stuff that old Photoshop that I'm used to has. So I don't know if you know, it's changed a ton in the last, you know, 10 years, but you know, this stuff works. Okay, so this should be good. You know, the idea is that when I layer this on top of a picture, that it's readable pretty much no matter what no matter what the content of the picture is, whether it's bright or dark or whatever. So let's see, real size, it's going to be about there. And it doesn't need to be, you know, anything too obtrusive. It's just meant to, you know, make it less usable if someone grabs the image, you know, or I mean, not less usable, but more identifiable where it came from. All right, so I'm going to save this as a PNG. Go ahead and export that. Watermark. Throw that up in Google Photos so that I can grab it. Hey, Yossi, look it. This is from you. This is the shakshuka you sent. And we
Okay, Yossi, we got this.
we cracked some eggs in here. And boy howdy, it turned out great. Everybody remembers Nick? Yeah, you can see he was very happy there. So, you know, thanks again for that. That was just awesome. But yeah, we had it with some old army crackers. Um, just since I don't know that I don't think I got to show this on the stream before, but this was just a treat. Um, and yeah, we did not leave a single scrap of this when we were done. All right, so I'm just throwing the watermark in here so that I can grab it from the server. We'll jump over. Oh, let's see. Am I still? Yeah, I'm still in that one. So we'll jump on over here again. Let's see. Grab that ridiculous photo as watermark.png. Failed. Oh, I guess maybe I don't put that in the end. Says success. Cannot write to. Yeah. That is a ridiculous, ridiculous URL. Can I shorten that at all? Cannot write to. File name too long. Oh, Google. Google, Google, Google. You are a fun one. Let's see, did I make an FTP account for this? No, I don't think I did. I can put this up somewhere else and grab it from there. Hey, Paul, welcome. Good to have you. Yeah, while I'm messing with this, let's just savor how good this looked. Now I'm extremely hungry again. How do I say the word that is spelled GIF? Is that your question, Amelie? Yeah, I say that word. I say it out loud sometimes. And moving on. I don't know. I guess I broke down and I say GIF now. My entire life until maybe 3 years ago, I said GIF. You know, and people want to say this, that, or the other. The creator says GIF. The guy who made it says GIF. Um, and it, look, you can break it up however you want, but like the word giraffe exists, right? You know, GIRAFFE, giraffe. And we don't freak out and say, why isn't it giraffe? Like, I get that gift is pronounced with, GIFT, gift, but we don't say giraffe. And if the guy who made the file format says GIF, why was it so wrong for me to say GIF? But sure, I broke, and these days I say GIF. Just to not have this argument with so many people. Not an argument, but you know what I mean. All right, so I put this up on my work server just because I know I can grab it from there. There we go. There we go. Now that's there. So, go back to a neutral background. You never know what's going to pop up when you start searching, you know. You did tech support for Paint Shop Pro? God, I remember Paint Shop Pro. Jask? Was that Jask or Jasp? I think Jask. Um, oh God, what was, I remember Fireworks, and a couple of the other editors back in the day. Hell, I remember Corel Draw, you know. Let's see. So I am gonna have to put PHP on here to give this a shot. Unless it's on here already. Okay, nope. Is this Ubuntu or is this one CentOS? I can't recall. Okay, it's CentOS. So we're going to do yum install -y php devel and ImageMagick. What else am I going to need? Probably PHPGD. I don't think I'll need MB string. Jets and software companies. Jets? Did they make jets? You know, I'm keeping an eye on the, let's see, the chat down there. Just always hoping that somebody shows up on Twitch. You know, very much would like to get kind of a following going there on Twitch, but so far, you know, so far not so much. Um, if anybody does use Twitch, by all means, you know, swap on over. We'll see your messages, you know, down there as you're talking, and you know, I could always use some more followers there. Been streaming there for about 6 months, and we have 4. You know, 4 followers. So yeah, there's 400 and something here. Although most folks like 300 of the folks on the YouTube channel signed up during that live stream from Doswell back in 2016. So the rest of you guys all signed up thanks to Old Smoky, you know, being sent over here. And then, you know, piecemeal here and there, other folks have joined, and it's been nice. I'm really thankful. I got a really great group of folks with all you guys. You know, we don't have any weirdos or any problems. You know, we've got, you know, a lot of good discussion going on. We've got a good family. Everybody knows everybody, and it's been really nice. Hey, we got spicy tuna rolls. Speak of the, you know, everybody knows everybody. Good to have you, tuna. Sorry. Let's see. So. Just making sure I get everything I need. I think I'll need pair probably and GCC. It's just Imagic? Imagic doesn't seem right. Yeah, okay, I'll do this whole block first, and then I'll put ImageMagick on there. All right, so we got that done. See if there's any issues. Installed, huh? Installed. I guess I must have needed it for something else already. See if this install worked. We'll do just a quick convert check. Okay, yeah, that looks like it's going to work. All right, so that's good. Now to find a nice script to do this image grabbing work. Oh, shoot, I don't have, do I have RMate installed on here? Call this conversion. Hey, I do, good. So, oh, here we go. So I just have a program that automatically tunnels files over into my text editor there. I'm going to want something that's going to run through. We're going to do a couple things. We're going to download. We're going to make, download an original, and then we're going to make a large. Well, no, we'll use the original as the large version, and then we're going to make a thumbnail version, make a small version, and put watermarks on all of them. So looking back at the website, see how slow that is. Anyway, so like right now, this image that we're looking at is the large image. And then this image that we're looking at is the large image. And then this image that we're looking at is the large image. What needs to happen is this one here should be a reduced size one that's only as wide really as this whole section here. Let me see, screen ruler. Good old-fashioned screen ruler. Just going to be able to tell me the size of this without me needing to dig into code. All right, so we're looking at, looks like about 400. No, about 350. Yeah. So 350 pixels. So we'll want to make the, we're going to want to make the, where are you at? That it's freezing. You suck. We're going to want to make the thumbnail size about 350 so that it isn't wasting a ton of resources to load the big one on these pages. So then, when you're scrolling through, you don't have to wait a whole ton of time to see all these pop up. Because eventually you'll be able to just scroll through the entire collection, all 1,000 items, piece by piece by piece. Okay, call you Chew. Fair enough. All right, so that is working on this. So there's a lot that goes into doing a resize. I'm going to steal an existing script just as a starting point. Watermark and proportional resizing. This looks like a good one. Go back over here. So let's see, we're going to use our watermark picture, and we're going to grab one of those large images. Let's see. I may not have even done the path right. I might have to have the word objects in there. It might have worked technically. So before I do this, let me go back over there. And I'm going to swap this. Ooh, I think I have a copy somewhere. The template might have. Yeah, okay. So this is where I messed up. I need to start with /objects, not just, assume that I'm already in that folder. So we change large, because then I don't necessarily need to rename, I just need to resize, and that's a little easier. Okay, save those, and then we'll do a deploy again. We'll hop back over to the site and we'll take another look at that broken one. We'll see if that changed at all. Doesn't look like it worked. Yeah, so it is. The path is. The path is what we would expect, but because this is just that gibberish word, it's not going to work. So we will need to rename them still and figure out how to get that data back over into the spreadsheet. So we'll need to take the spreadsheet and run through, read values out of it, and grab the images, resize the images, rename the images, watermark the images, and put them back into the spreadsheet with the new names. So, all right, here we go. This is going to be fun. I am gonna go back over to this, and we're gonna grab a copy of the spreadsheet and move it over to our working directory. So we'll do copy. Oh wait. It's some extra steps in the long run, but this is a fun part of it, sort of, kind of. So I'm gonna close this one out that's on the live site, and open this one so we have some semblance of what we're editing right here. Already screwed up the first row. So I'm going to get a new fresh export. here it is again, unedited. Paste that over that. And open one up. I've got it over here. Don't need to open it again. So what I'm going to want to do is load in the CSV file. For now, actually, I'm just going to grab one image from here as a test. See, is this one just watermarking? Watermark proportional resizing. Oh no, this is somebody saying that it doesn't work. All right, so we'll grab watermark PNG. Oh, what the heck, what the heck. No, I won't be able to use any of that. That's gibberish. All right. Oh, yeah, this is going to be coding. Hey, Jesse. Welcome to the stream. This one doesn't look too bad. Let's see if we can work with this. So we got feed image, path to image. This is where we'll drop in the remote path, which may not work. We may need to do a file get contents or something else there. Hey Mike, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Just woke up from a nap. Well, I'm going to send you right back to that nap with all this coding and background work. See, path to watermark is just in the same directory. So we'll just say watermark. So let's see. Echo image. That's not going to work because that's going to be online. See if we do composite image. Let's see, save composite image. Right image. Okay, so that's what we want. Now let's give this a quick run. Class image, not image. Class imagic not found. All right, so we'll do yum install -y imagic not found. You're going camping next weekend? Hope it's a little warmer where you're at, Kaylin, than where I'm at. Although it was like 80 degrees less than a week ago, so you never know. Oh, PECL. Did I put PECL on here? I did. Okay. Oh, is Aletha going to be there? And Jay? And who else is out there with you guys in Iowa? And hey, welcome, Stanton. Good to have you. All right, gonna have to add this manually. Pop this at the end. And reload Apache. Okay. Now let's try running this conversion script. Okay, thought for a little bit. There is a file in here. I'm going to move this test.jpg over to the base web directory. And we'll see if it exists on the collection site. Don't have permission. Well, I'll be right back to that in a second. I've got to go hit the bathroom real quick, so I will be right back, guys. and we'll jump back into the super exciting coding. All right, I'm back. So, just had a thought. I was just going down and grabbing some drinks while I was at it. Hey, Readiness Reviews, welcome. Just had a thought. Uh, the other day, a link turned up for a company, I want to say it was E-Safety Supplies. Just looking for a really quick. I wasn't sure what they would actually send, but yeah, turns out they mailed out some 2021 MCWs. Hey, speak of the devil, Rachel just mentioned MCWs. Let's see. Dang, it's my site. I should have permission, says Kaylin. Yeah, I mean, it's how all this stuff works. I built the server, I built the site, I built all that stuff. So it only works if I did it right, and sometimes I don't do it right. Let me see. So I just want to check where this came from. And share the link if I can. Yeah, they're still here. Just putting a link in chat. It's going to come from the Restream user. So in the end, I got 2 cases of these, and they were only 15. It said it was going to be $30 to ship, but when I checked out, it was only $15 each to ship. So, a case of brand new MCWs for $115 is, you're not going to do better than that. So they were the 285th day of 2021, so they were, well through 2021. I mean, they're less than 6 months old right now, and they're downstairs, which is just mind-boggling. So, yeah, if you've been looking for MCWs, use that link. That's the best you're going to find. There's no affiliate or anything on there. Yeah, and, I didn't know if it was going to be legit or if they were going to be, the kind of company that's confused about what they actually have and is going to send me some really old stock or send me a different product and just be like, whoa, we used an MRE picture, but no, they're brand new. The TTI, the time and temperature indicators on them were perfect. There's there's no age to these things. They're brand new. They're, the cases are in great shape, and $115 to get them at your door. How do you beat that? That's perfect. That's the best. Like the last time I saw MCWs pop up on eBay, a guy had, I mean, for under 150 bucks, a guy had like 12 cases at 150, and they were gone in like 3-4 hours from the time that he posted them. Yeah, they're just crazy. Well, I'm just seeing a bunch of email that I got to catch up on. Oh, what did I win? Uh-oh. Shoot. I got to pay for that. When was that? Oh, that was a day ago. I hope this guy's not mad yet. Oh God. Oh God. Oh, it's Salty Croc. He's not going to be mad. Um, I hope. Yeah, Salty had a couple Gemini items, and one of them was toast, and I'm missing Gemini toast. Um, yeah, it's just a piece of history. Like it's such an interesting, um, little chunk of space history is that they basically didn't know how crumbly it was going to be in space, right? So once they sent some toast up there, they changed their tune on that pretty quick, and they cut it from all future rations, that went up to space, just because they didn't want little crumbs floating all over the space capsule. So, yeah, shoot, I forgot that I put a snipe on this, and it looks like I won, which I was honestly, uh, this cost a lot. This breaks my I'm not buying rations this year pretty heavily. But hey, I know. I mean, yeah, I only need one piece of Gemini toast in the collection. So it'll be nice to have this. And I think he said there's one or two other things that he has that he's looking to get rid of. I mean, not get rid, looking to sell. Um, he also had a grapefruit drink that was the same problem happened to his that happened to mine from the space station. It like absorbed some moisture and became kind of a gel inside there. So, um, oh my God. Oh, and I was looking at the original price and was thinking like maybe I pull my bid because the original asking price was pretty high and it had a best offer, and I was thinking about putting in an offer, but no, it got bid up and my snipe picked it up. Okay. All right. It's all right. I will just have to not buy rations for a while. A while. A while. Wait, did this complete the order already? Yeah, I guess it did. Okay. Wait, did somebody say $50 for a case of IMPs? No, it was 100 a case for those MCWs. Oh, okay. Nothing else to look at right now. Okay. To put it in some perspective, that one piece of toast cost me more than half of the entire Gemini collection that I have so far. So, okay, all right. Late night Sean putting bids on things. Okay. All right, so we're looking to see if we can get this image to work. And I think I know why. I didn't put it in the site subfolder. No, this is the site subfolder. I'm gonna move it. Everything in here is owned by root, so that should be fine. No. Can I look at anything in here? No. And does that mean anything's gonna work when I get to that part? Now we have a whole nother problem. These images might actually have worked, but because they're... Yeah, so this is probably to do with my proxy setup. Dang it. Yeah, readiness reviews, that is some expensive toast. Oh, yeah, okay. No, it's cinnamon and sugar toast is what it is, so that's pretty neat. It's going to be one of those like really hard to not want to eat it myself kind of thing. There's no way in heck I would ever eat this thing. And the other thing is like my existing collection. Oh, I shouldn't stream that. I don't want to show prices and stuff. My existing collection, it's all confirmed flown. Like it was on Gemini 4. These there's no paper trail. There's no provenance. So there's no guarantee that these went anywhere, and they almost certainly didn't. Because not much ever came back in the first place. Just show me a full-size picture, why don't you? Thank you. I just want to, I want to get to the point where I can show you guys the pictures without, showing the cost. So this is it. Serial number is incredibly low, 350. The labels are nice and clear. They're in good shape compared to my existing ones. So let's jump back over to the collection photos. We'll go to good old box 38, and we'll take a look at the Gemini stuff. So there was a leak in the Gemini stuff in the package years and years and years back. So some of it's in good shape and some of it's a little darkened or whatnot. So like there's a tiny bit of staining on that label. Yeah, and then this is pretty common on these. So serial number 2102, and all of these are within not too far of that. Let's see, we got serial number 2185 or 2158. And there's a chance that depending on how good the record keeping is, and Paul's probably going to be one of the ones that can help with this. Depending on how good the record keeping is over at NASA, we may be able to uh, tie the serial numbers specifically into manifests. But it depends on whether or not they wrote that kind of stuff down, and if where they wrote it down, it's remained, intact for 60 years. Because that's what we're talking about here. And this was 60 years ago. So the whole Gemini 4 collection is within about 100 serial numbers of each other in the low 2000s. So this one, being serial number 350, this this to me says that it was almost certainly like ground trials. Like that they were, that this particular one was probably something that was produced as part of a set that was tried out on the ground, or that was handed out for press kits, or who knows. Because if just 4 missions in, they were already up in the 2000s, I don't know. But also, you got to remember every single individual piece of food had a unique serial number. So, like, toast wasn't series 350. This piece of toast was serial number 350. So it's possible because, you're talking, in the case of Gemini 4, it was a couple days in space, with 2 guys eating, I think they had 4 packaged meals a day, or, so they were smaller, but with 5 or 6 pieces per meal. So let's say 25 food items a day, or 20, it's 20 to 25 food items a day, 2 guys, 50. They were up there for, with Gemini 4, was it 6 days? 4 days. So they were up there for 4 days and 1 hour. So, 50 items a day, 4 days. So that'd be like 200 serial numbers across that particular mission. So yeah, thinking about that, and thinking about ones that were produced but not picked for sending. Let's say 1 in 3 made it up there, 600 serial numbers. Then it's possible that this toast was Gemini 1 or Gemini 2. Probably would have been in Gemini 1 range if that's if we're talking 600 or so per. But realistically, if we're talking, 200 serial numbers per mission, they probably didn't start sending things up until after serial number 1000 or so. So, I mean, this is the fun that we get to jump into in the search here. So it would be amazing, over the top amazing, if this toast was from Gemini 1. But my guess right now is that this toast has never left the planet Earth. Whereas everything else, from Gemini in the collection right now, all this wonderful stuff, this all spent 4 days and 61 orbits off this planet. So Gemini 3 was first manned mission. Okay, see, that's how little I know personally about all this. So that makes the likelihood of a serial number like 350 going to space pretty much zero. I would really think that there's no real likelihood that that this particular item has been off world. But I guess we'll find out. It's a fun mystery to solve. And you can see its cubes. The package has lost its seal at some point. Oops, sorry. Package has lost its seal compared to these coconut cubes, which in this case you can see how the vacuum's still tight on this. The cubes are still fully formed, and my cat is trying to force her way through right now, I hear. That's fine, she can come visit. So yeah, this one's serial 1906. We were looking at other ones that were 2100 and something. So yeah, that's a couple hundred range. But yeah, I think Paul's agreeing. There's pretty much no likelihood that the serial 350 was on a flight. Yeah, Of course, yeah, Gemini 1 was equipment test, and 2. But the Mercury item, I would love to figure out someday. I've never taken it out of the, this is kind of like a hard plastic shrink that was put around it. I've never taken it out, just because the less this gets handled, the better, until, I'm really ready to try and figure out what it is. But this is the only Mercury food item that we have. Beef noodle soup, 8-ounce hot water, 5 to 7 minutes. This one may have a serial number on the back. I don't know. And then we've got the Apollo program item that has not been linked to any particular flight. I think it does have a serial. I don't see one. It came with this plate. Property of the U.S. government. 0911450111. Let's see. Does it have a stamp on there? No. So this one, I would say almost certainly was like in one of those press kit or school kit displays, especially with that metal plate. It was probably on like a traveling school kit or something. But so the only early space program stuff that I have that's confirmed to have flown was all this Gemini stuff. We've got 2 packs of the bubble gum. And collecting old gum is one of the things that got me into ration hunting in the first place. So this one's a huge temptation. Hey, Oscar, welcome to the stream. All right, so I'm going to close these back out. Oh, that was some pricey toast. That's all right. That's all right. Yeah, the museum is nothing if not a cost center for now. Getting closer to a point where that can change. Getting closer. So, okay, so this watermark may be working, may not. I can't seem to get it to work because I set up my proxy server wrong, which makes me wonder how any of this works, to be honest, and if putting images in the right place is going to work in the first place. Because all these other pieces in here seem to work pretty well. Maybe if I use the local URL. Bear with me for a sec, guys. It's like buying stock if you intend to sell it, Oscar. But if there's never a future profit in it for you, then I mean, certainly, like, the collection is worth a great deal more than has gone into it because of the climbing prices of this stuff over the years. Like, I have wooden crates from World War II that I paid, $80 for, that are worth, $300-400 now. That whole case of RCIs, I have 2 cases. One was just a box of dirt, completely rotted inside, and the other one was a box of half dirt and some good pieces that were salvageable. That was like 100 and I don't know. It was a fraction of what these things go for these days. So I mean, like a full case of RCIs with the cigarettes and all that stuff, I can't even imagine. It would probably be over $1,000 these days, and I'm priced out of that kind of stuff. Like space food is where I spend the most in terms of like where I'm willing to go a little further. And these days, like hardware, I'll spend a little more on hardware, like that B-17 Flying Fortress kitchen. That was worth spending a little bit more on because, come on, it's the whole kitchen from a B-17. It's not something you can really turn down, and it's not something that's gonna, rot over time or anything like that. It's static. But yeah, I mean, if you're just a collector for the sake of collecting, and down the road you intend to resell your collection, yeah, it's a really really good investment. Strangely enough, let me see. Do I have pictures of that Flying Fortress kitchen? I could show you real quick. I haven't cataloged it, so if I have them, I'll just have them in Google Photos somewhere. I might actually have them in a personal photo drive. Let me see. I appreciate that everybody's still hanging out, even though this is a weird stream today for sure. Although I may have to do more of these things because this has been a productive couple hours as far as I'm concerned for doing work that has to be done no matter what in the long run. And, while I've still got a day job taking up the bulk of my time, there's only so much time. All right, here we go. So this is the B-17 kitchen. Kit Galley Aircraft Type C-2 Specification 9440403. Order number 53543-17392. So this one was manufactured in 1943. It includes a Helmco Lacey hot cup. It's gonna need some cleanup, but I just love these ridiculous toggle buttons. I just realized you can't really see the bottom one, so let me bring that into one of the spots where we could see it. They are heavy, heavy clunking switches. Bye for now, Mike. And hey, Randy, how's it going? Welcome to the museum stream. Good to see you. I went to high school with Randy. I think you're the first Northwester to catch this. So these are the like the crock pot part. So this whole segment in the middle can actually separate and move around within this box, I guess for cleaning and for repairs and stuff. And there's like a little piece in between this layer and that layer where the power connector sockets in. And you can see the Helmco Lacey cup sockets into a power connector up here. And there's this hot plate there. It's basically like a griddle. Okay, I have better pictures somewhere else, but this is all I got for here. This plastic thing here had paper cups in it. These salt and pepper shakers, they're precariously set in that little tray, and this compartment here would basically be full of like sandwiches and fruit and that sort of stuff. Because on the B-17s they didn't really use canned rations yet, not too much. So they would, because they were just going to take off and be up there for a day and come back, they just have food from the mess hall stuffed into this thing. And this whole entire kitchen could be quickly removed and thrown out of the plane. So basically everything that was built into the plane or used in the plane was able to be separated and thrown the heck out if there was if they took flak or anything like that and they were losing altitude or needed to shed weight, or if one of the engines went and they needed to shed some weight. So yeah, this entire thing could be separated, carried, and just hucked out the back of the plane. And I'm sure for maintenance and everything, it was nice to be able to take it out of there. Seeing if there's anything else fun in here museum-wise. Just lots and lots and lots of random stuff. Okay, so gonna grab a quick snack. So what should I say, or what should I eat first? We got fully seasoned, fully cooked, filled wrap, shelf stable, seasoned pork with barbecue sauce. We've got some wheat snack bread and cheese spread. Got a Zapple sauce. Got a lemon lime drink that I'll probably skip, and I got a cran raspberry bar. None of this is really review stuff. I'm just hungry. Grab some rations. Anybody got an opinion on what we want to tuck into first? And let me see if I can switch to just webcam, so I can actually hold stuff up a little clearer. I don't have any extra cameras or anything going on right now. Yeah, okay, so I can do that and give you guys a little bit better look at it. It's not super clear. Sorry about that. I guess it doesn't need to be for the webcam, but so we got big old shelf-stable wraps, which are basically army burritos. Welcome back, Amelie. No worries. This is, different kind of stream today. Seasoned pork with barbecue sauce. It's really sweet. Kind of tastes like the barbecue chicken shelf-stable sandwiches, even though it's pork. But if you handed me one of these and told me it was beef, I'd probably believe you. All right, I'll call that good for the moment. Just getting a little hungry, All right. So I am looking for the IP address for this server so I can check it locally and see if it is just my attempt at a proxy that screwed it all up. And I might change my mind about serving everything locally in the first place. I have kind of like a data center in my basement where I've got a dozen websites and projects running. And having one entry point for everything and then saying which machine it goes to isn't working as easily as I thought it was gonna. Yeah, I went to the right IP. It doesn't work now. I guess I turned off the default site. So at first it said no permission to look at this, and then it said proxy forwarding error. Forbidden. So like, I'm worried all the stuff, all the images on here are technically remotely loaded. I guess I could put them on another server somewhere. So I guess if anything was locally loaded, it probably wouldn't work. I don't know. Yeah, permissions are the same as everything else. I guess I can run this same thing on another server and see if I can test it there and figure out the other part of it later. Go back over to the editor screen. This is that other server. And we will do the same thing. We'll open up a conversion script. I don't think I have all the right libraries installed on here. I don't think that's going to work. All right, so we'll move this over here, close that, save that. Close that, copy this. Close that. Save that. All right, let's see if this runs or if I'm going to need to do more stuff. I think I'm going to need to do more stuff. Yep. All right, so what did we do over here? We installed that. PECL doesn't exist, so install pair. Here we go. Anyone, let's see, Amelie said, anyone know anyone on the hook or on the lookout for a 24-hour British cold climate ration? Got a tikka curry rice looking to sell. Yeah, I mean, always looking for that kind of stuff overseas, but you know, probably not cost effective. All right, so that's installed. Now I can try and install this thing. That failed. I'm probably going to be missing all kinds of stuff, so let's see. I need to give that a minute. See, the alternative is I could buy systems that do all this stuff for only a few $1,000s a year, but no. This all looks the same as it went through the other time. And now that I know what we're doing there, we can just echo that over to end of. Yeah. Okay. 10th time's a charm. Let's see. PHP conversion. And failure. What did it fail on? Oh, I didn't move over watermark. I moved that to the server, so sweet. I have it here. One more try. Okay. Now, this server, I definitely know will be online. I've used it a billion times. Look at that tiny, tiny little watermark in the middle. But hey, it did put it on there. I'm going to try. See if the image width is less than the watermark, scale the watermark, else watermark as is. It already does that right up there. W width, get image width from watermark. That's just wasting resources right there. So I'm going to scale this up. I'm just going to chop this section out. And I'm just going to scale it up. I'm going to do watermark, scale image, and we'll do the width times 5 and the height times 5. And position wise, it's sticking it in the center of both. We're just going to go ahead and stick it in the middle sideways, but we're going to put it at the very bottom of the Y. And we'll run this again. And I broke something. Unexpected X. X is right there. Oh, I and put a semicolon there. Semicolon, the hide and seek champion of programming since 1974. Okay. Now let's see what it looks like. So I'll refresh back over here, and it looks like it failed entirely. I don't see it anywhere. So I'm gonna undo my last little piece and let it go back to putting it in the dead center, and then we'll mess with it from there. Okay. So I would probably put it directly off the edge. I don't know. This is just piece one. We're going to see how watermarking works, and then once watermarking works, then we've got to do all the resizing and make small images. Okay, so it's stuck at dead center offset. I know this is probably the worst stream to jump into then, Randy. It's just computer stuff today, but you know, we can always look through photos and stuff again in a minute when we're going back to the output of this whole thing. You know, and part of me is hoping that over on Twitch there might be a few folks that, you know, come by and see this side of it going on and have some interest. Oh, thanks, Dubsy. Yeah, feel free to thumbs up, thumbs down. Obviously, I want thumbs up, but it helps. You know, every once in a while we do get somebody who just kind of wanders in and becomes part of the family here, so that's always nice. So this is the end result of that last run. We can see the watermark is bigger, so that worked. And it is putting the starting point in the dead center, but not the middle of it. And I wonder, oh yeah, that's because it's subtracting the original value from it here. Wait, is there no mouse cursor over here? Oh, there isn't. There is, like, in this edge. All right, I don't know. That's weird. Tech. All right, so that's the part that shrunk it down. Oh, okay, so this whole piece was if it's a different size. Well, we know it's a different size now because we scaled it. So if this makes any sense, then wrong server. Then this next attempt should center it. Yeah, okay. So what we want is for this image to be at the bottom, not like over the dead center of it. What do you think, bottom or top? I'm thinking bottom. Maybe even bottom corner. Because we could do it pretty simple by doing, you know, chop out all this stuff again. And chop out that next block. And instead of doing X and Y there, I'm just commenting this stuff so that I can quickly pull it back in if I need it. So we'll say let's put this 20 pixels in from the left, and let's put this at the bottom of the entire image. But instead of using the position of the last pixel in the image, which would put it below everything like we did a couple times ago, we'll do height minus 100. We'll do height minus, because we made this thing 30, no. Yeah, we'll do height minus 100. We'll see what happens there, because this image is gigantic. All right, now we'll run this again. And we'll jump back over here. And come on. Hey, it's working the way we want, just almost. You can see it's kind of down in that corner. 100 wasn't enough. Let's go with 250. Probably too much, but one more run. We'll move it in 50. Pull up, pull up. Yeah, let me turn off chat overlay so we can see this. Oh, I guess I don't need to leave this frame. I can just do this. Okay, so there we go. We got a watermark down there. You know, we could always do one of those like light watermarks that crosses the whole thing, but I don't want to wreck the image, you know. And I think that 250 was just a little too much. We'll do 200. One more conversion attempt. You got one of these bibimbops? These were, yeah, I got these like 10, 12 years ago, and they were pretty available at the time. There we go. I think that looks okay. What do you guys think in terms of a watermark? Hey, speaking of Twitch, we got somebody over on Twitch. Let me turn the chat back on. We got Miss Nina Nightingale. Found you guys a while back and been excited to see one of your streams. Museum sounds cool. Thank you very much. Welcome. And yeah, we're just, you know, piecing things together bit by bit. Right now I'm working on the website. What did I do? I didn't mean to break the whole site. Oh no. How did I break the whole site? Oh, I bet you it's all the stuff I installed. I probably screwed something up there. Let me see back on the museum collection page. I mean server. Move that test picture in case that matters, and we'll do reload this. Oh, okay, thank God. I must have just broken Apache at some point in one of my loads, which means that test image may have loaded all of those times. Oh, biscuits. So that probably did work that whole time through. It was just that the site was offline very briefly. So let me see, just to test that theory. That bibimbap we were just looking at is, let's see, it expired in 2011. At least I think the expiration date was the date that was on it. So it was probably made in 2010 or 2009. But if that date is the date of production, then it would have been made in October of 2011. We've got stuff going back 160 years in terms of food and mess kit items. Let's see, some of the oldest stuff. now that the project has come as far as it has, like we've got this spreadsheet of all these things, I can actually find stuff quickly for folks. So let's say we want to look at Civil War stuff. I can say, okay, where's the Civil War stuff? This is all in box 37. Then we can jump over here to box 37. And we've got the fish fryer and some mugs and some utensils and stuff. Don't have a ton of stuff from the Civil War in terms of food items. I mean, or in terms of mess kit items. But this fish fryer is just a neat one. You know, and the hinges are still in great shape. You would, you know, be able to put it in there and flip it back and forth over the fire. Got just a personal mess cup. And you'll note that the seals in this, the seams in there, are filled with lead, which was something that we didn't quite realize at the time was harmful. So it wasn't until really World War I that we started figuring out how harmful it was to seal our food items with lead. And it was things like mass producing this kind of stuff for war, you know, that made it really apparent. Because when we seal something in lead, especially like acidic foods like tomatoes or, you know, fruits and stuff, they would leach it a bit. And when we'd make 1 million, 2 million, 10 million cans of it and send it overseas for the fighting forces in World War I, a problem would be very apparent very quickly, because you'd have 1 million people eating the same thing within a short period of time, and all of them would get the same, you know, or maybe not all of them, but a good percentage of them would get the same poor reaction to it. And that kind of stuff really accelerated how quickly we discovered, you know, foodborne illness and contamination, and really started to figure out and put the dots together. Because when a company in a small town would batch 20 things and people would eat them here and there over the course of a year, it was really hard to pin down that that was what was getting them sick. So when we would make millions of things, it was much more apparent. But yeah, you can see here this shiny part where the seams put together with lead. We got a little, sorry, I got an itch. I'm hoping not from what I ate, but maybe from what I ate. We got a little tea kettle, and then we've got a bunch of cutlery, just standard mess issue stuff. These insanely sharp forks. But got a bunch of that. Let's see, hardtack. Hardtack's all in box 51. So we can take a quick look at that. Yeah, so this piece, this was Grandpa Dietrich's, brought back from the Civil War. This one was issued to a man named Dietrich in, I want to say it was either Missouri or Mississippi in 1864. And it is not shellacked, it is not coated. I will never eat this, but I tell you, this is the tempting kind of stuff. This is a really nice example of the G.H. Bent Company hardtack. That, you know, you can tell it's got some molding, you know, over time. It's not actively changing at this point. And then this one was preserved at some stage and just looks horrible. I can't remember. No, this is the one that Steve, 1989 MRE Info, took a bite out of. Of all the ones that he could try to eat, this was it. This was the one that he tried to eat, the worst looking one I've seen, because it's what he had at the time. And then he sent the remainder my way. And then there's also these pieces were dug from a fire pit, and I have a couple boxes of these where basically the ash from the fire mixed with rainwater and fat and lye and that kind of stuff over time turn these into basically ceramic. Like these feel like they're made out of ceramic. Nina said, makes you wonder if we'll hear in the future, can you believe they used to put food in plastic wrap? Yeah, you never know. I mean, there certainly was a huge chunk of time where we were using stuff that leached quite a bit. It's probably still not the best plan. I mean, the less plastic we use, the better. But you know, it will never go back to that era of everything being glass and wood and steel. Let's see. So, yeah, this set. Sorry, this. I'll go back. Yeah, this set was Georgia campaign, 1861 to 1880 or 1865. So yeah, same kind of thing. It's crazy. I have some from Gettysburg, I have some from Atlanta, and I have some from I want to say Charleston. And the same thing happened in all cases. They really basically feel like you're handling little tiny bits of ceramic. So back over to Collection Town. Wait, let's see. So yeah, what I was saying is what we're working on here is trying to make this site efficient, while it works or while we work it out. Like this is all based off of this data set that Amelie and I are putting together. Um, oh, I see you. You added a couple more while we're talking. Everything past this Emercom. Nice. Thank you. Um, I see you right there. So we have from the last year of streams, if you go back on the YouTube side, and maybe there's some on Twitch, but you can see 4 hours at a time going into the museum and laying out hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of items and taking their pictures and putting them in this spreadsheet so that we can do exactly this, so that I can say, oh, I have a thought, let me find it, let me show somebody, without it having to be like, oh, let me go down into that room, dig through hundreds of boxes, find the box with the thing, pull it out, and take a new picture of it to share it. The point here was to get this out there so that it's more apparent what I'm trying to do when the time comes to try and actually fundraise this and take it to the next level. Because I'd love to have a big enough space where I could have volunteers coming in a couple days a week and working on taking better photos, writing good long descriptions of things, going to all these databases that the government has of manuals and reports and all that, and bringing it all into one place so that if anybody wants to find out anything about military rations, especially United States military rations, that they can come to our institution, they can come to our website, they can reach out and call a volunteer, and they can say, I'm trying to find this thing out, or they can see on the site what do we know about it, what manuals has this been mentioned in, what reports has this been mentioned in, what operations were involved with this thing, like what do we know about some particular operation in World War II and what rations they might have had in that, and why does this one piece exist in this ration and then the next year it's gone? Like what happened there? What was the story? And there's so many stories in ration history that I want to tell, or that I want to share, that I want to find and get out there, because there's dozens of us. There's dozens of ration enthusiasts. No, I mean there's really a lot of people. I mean, look at Steve's channel. He's got 2 million people. So is pest control a big problem with the food museum? Nina's asking. So where I've got it is underground in a cold room with like 3-foot thick walls. Thankfully, I've never seen any bugs in that building. I've never seen anything crawling around. Um, there have been mice in the building, and there are traps and everything. And I do have a camera with motion sensing looking at the collection room all the time, and we've never had a pest come in. But if mice got in there, I assume that could be pretty darn bad. Hopefully I would notice very quickly, and damage could be minimal. And everything that's closer to the floor is like steel cans of stuff. But yeah, there's like fresh food, there's old food, there's a lot of things that would be pretty attractive smell wise to pests. So when the museum finds its permanent home somewhere, which probably won't be in the building that I'm in now in Old City, Philadelphia, since it's just not a good place for like setting up displays and having people come through. It's a great place for storing and for researching and for doing streams and stuff. But when I find a permanent place for it, you better believe that pest proofing that place is going to be a very, very important step, and regularly checking all that and making sure that extra care is taken, to ensure that the stuff isn't super attractive. Long term, at least everything from the 80s and earlier, I'm going to need to empty. The food's going to have to come out of the packaging and get documented, but not kept. Like these cans of meat from the 60s, they're gonna rot, and we don't want that. And if it's a sealed can, it doesn't necessarily give anything else to the display to have the food inside it anymore. So there's a point where we'll take all the old food out. Like let's see, we've got, as an example, box 57 has um, something very, 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 very rare. The uh, what's the full name for this? The small deployment 5 persons. Is it food packet small deployment 5 persons, or is it ration small? Um, so this still has some canned food in it. Like it's got a can of jam. That over time it's just going to rust out. The jam will eat the can from the inside out. But in its current state, you can still read everything. Bomber Foods in New Orleans, and I want it to stay readable. I've done a couple streams so far where I'm down in the basement here in my house doing restoration, emptying these cans and using museum wax to seal where the rust has started from the outside after getting rid of some of the rust. But just to stop oxygen exposure so that they just basically arrest any further damage. So that's so much work for this whole thing. So I'd love to get to the point where instead of one guy with one room, in a shared office building, that I have, or we have a whole actual building and a whole bunch of different spaces to work on these things, and the ability for volunteers to come in and put some time in on any of these many, many, many tasks that we have to just kind of help them progress and to have some unique and fun things to do. The real eventual goal is to be able to employ disabled and formerly retired or retired veterans for whatever amount of time that they can or want to, have kind of like a, uh, not necessarily like, where they're looking for a full-time job, but like where somebody just wants to do something, get out of the house, and maybe get paid a little bit for it, for 4 hours a week or 8 hours a week doing tours of the collection or working like this on some of these parts. And if we ever do pay staff, if we're ever at a point where we can pay for a space, we can pay for, insurance, we can pay for all that stuff, the excess, beyond that, yeah, that's what it would be earmarked for. I mean, anybody else that would work, I would want hopefully to be 100% volunteer, but if there's a chance that we could actually pay disabled veterans to have, reentry into, some small facet of work, a couple hours a week, that would be wonderful. That would be something I would love to see happen, and that's in the long-term goal list. That's like the peak thing to eventually achieve. Um, we love to help remotely. I mean, there's a lot of work with these spreadsheets. If you're ever interested in that, oh shoot, I was going to say my email address is in the corner, but it isn't right now. I'm just going to put it in chat. Um, if there's anything, I've got Photoshop work to do, I've got spreadsheet work to do, I've got research work to do. Just shoot me an email at sean@rationmuseum.com, and I'd love to find something that you could help with if you're up for it. I mean, a little bit here and there is how this whole thing has happened. I've been working on this museum for 7 years. I founded the nonprofit in 2015. So I've been working on collecting rations for 20 years, but actually the 501c3 was founded in 2015. 7 years of corporate nonprofit taxes. That's the worst part. That's the worst part. Yeah, spreadsheets, yikes. Descriptions, yeah, we need them. So, like right now, over in this main spreadsheet, I've got the description column here, just hidden. It's not something we're filling out right now. And there's other columns in here, latitude and longitude for the locations of these things. Just because, like, I've got this map, right? Let's see. So, say, just as a for instance, let me grab an item and show you guys how this works. So, say I wanted to track, we've got two things from the Ukraine already. So, let's do a Google Maps search for the Ukraine. And we'll grab this. Oh, I guess you can't see below the chat. I was just taking a point in the middle of the Ukraine and going down here and grabbing this latitude and longitude. And then we'll come back to this spreadsheet. And so you can plug this in. Interesting. Why is this one left justified and this one's right justified? See, this is why I'm terrible at this. I'll stop and I'll like make a mystery out of why one thing's left justified and the other one's right justified, and I'll waste an hour on that because I'm a crazy person. So then I could take this spreadsheet and I could download a new copy, and I could take the output from that, and we go back over to this thingamajig, and then we go to the museum collection site and we open up we open up the active database there. See, we paste that new copy over the old copy. I keep screwing it up. All right, we save it and deploy the site again. Okay, and then now this map will track that we have two items in the Ukraine, and you can click on either of them and see on the map and see the data and see what we want. So like that's a whole thing. Somebody at some point is going to need to, or several somebodies across the whole thing are going to need to take the time to get latitude and longitude for 1,000 things. You know, like there's just so many little bits, but it's going to be so cool when you can open up this map and see, see the whole thing populated with little dots all over the world because we have rations from like 30 countries already. And in the United States, it's going to come down to like all the manufacturers. We're going to be able to say, like, ooh, show me Iowa, show me, Pennsylvania, show me, North Carolina, and we can zoom in and we can see where where these companies are and see, oh, this ration came out of Raleigh, this ration came out of Mullins, this ration came out of, Arlen, this ration came out of, etc. And this whole thing is just going to be populated with little dots that you can go to and open up and, follow through to an item in the collection and get all kinds of data about it. It's gonna be amazing once this whole thing's put together. Exactly, Jesse. A giant map where everything's come from. That's gonna be, that's gonna be great. And then the other side of this is all that data is gonna be publicly available, and it already is. That's why I chose this system, and why I'm working with. Oh, like this is this is the site that's online right now. This is the regular museum website. We're just looking at the collection website, but I'm proud of this one too. Put a lot of effort into this one. And for anybody who hasn't seen these earlier, this is the 3D scanning effort to try and make 3D versions of as much of the collection as we can so that we can put them into free to use collections for like games and for eventually a virtual museum that people can go into in VR and walk around and pick these things up and look at them. There's so many ideas. I've been working my daytime job, 60 hours a week for a long time. I mean, I've been here 16 years, and I've been working as hard as I have because I want to retire early. I want to get to the point where I don't need to work for somebody else. And I've been trying to get closer and closer and closer to that. 60, 65 wasn't going to cut it for me. So I've been working as hard as I can so that I can retire in my early 40s and not have to worry about where's my next paycheck coming from so that I can put all of my extra effort into this. And, sorry, I almost tear up when I think about how close, I'm getting so close to being able to just do this, to being able to share all this. And then being able to travel around and go to flea markets and dirt malls and swap meets and talk to people and find more things for the collection that we're just missing, but that are so cool and so interesting, and making more connections and bringing more people into this whole world. It's just there's just so much. There's just so much that's on the horizon, and I'm getting so close to being able to like turn this into what I do all the time. So sorry, what I was going to show you guys was the data on the archive site. Everything that I produce is available as collection data in all these different formats. So if you want the geodata, you can see, the everything that's tagged. Right now, the geodata is just these 2 items that we just put tags on. But it's instant. As soon as we redeploy the site, all of this is available. And because I chose this system, it generates just files instead of having this heavy database that's loading and sharing and all this stuff. It's just instant. Everything's instant. So all this data someone else could link to and build a website that loads my data files to populate things, to search, to compare, to whatever, without needing to build their own sites, data collection from scratch. And you can click this button and get, let's see, and get, the same spreadsheet that we're working from. Just download it with everything you would need to, add to it, to, to learn from it, to see what's in the collection. And eventually I'd like to have things that we don't actually have in the collection still on here with a mark that, we need one of these. So, I mean, I'm having a lot of fun this week. I hope you guys are enjoying the tech stream, because I intend to do more of these. I know I've been doing so many photo streams, where we're just take 150 pictures, put an item down, take a picture, rotate the item, take a picture, rotate it again, you know. Yeah. I don't know. I hope you guys can feel, you know, how much I love this stuff. And I can tell, you know, reading chat week to week to week to week and going to the MRE info site and the U.S. Military Collective site or the Ration Slack, you know, like, you guys are great. You know, I love our community. Like, ration collectors are a rare breed. There's so much positivity. There's so little like nonsense, you know, like compared to a lot of things out there. And I just realized, sorry for everybody, I turned off the chat, so you haven't been able to see what Nina's saying. I don't think, unless, does that get injected into the YouTube chat too, or is that would be cool? I didn't even think of that. Or do you have to see it on stream? All right, turn that off. So I just want to check. Yeah, I think you have to see it on stream. So that would mean you missed. She asked, let's see. She said, oh, okay. Now you're seeing all this stuff over and over and over again. All right, there we go. Just asking, like, will somebody be able to open up the database and say show everything with beef? You know, that once the descriptions are there with like the contents of these things, then yeah, that would be the hope. For now, you could at least say, show me all the, you know, things from, you know, China, or show me all the things from 1986 to 1994, or show me all the things manufactured by this one company. That's like where we're starting now. And Infinite Sean's. Timeline is another cool feature of this whole system, is as this all gets fleshed out, you'll be able to come in through here and see everything in the collection by the year that it's in. And even just now, grabbing that fresh copy and updating, we just went from like 25 to 33 items. So got even more stuff. These Russian Emercoms got added. This Russian IRP 24-hour got added in. These things are great, these trays, but you know, a lot of the stuff in the collection is still sealed, so I'll want to get pictures of things on the inside and share all that. And there's a bunch in the collection that, you know, we've got an open example and would want to be able to tie these together. So yeah, sorry about making the chat go away. Now you'll be able to see each other again on, you know, that corner. I might make that bigger in the future. This is all an experiment because I'm dual streaming, and you know, tech is awesome, right? How cool is all this stuff? You know, I set this version of it up last night. It's all free software. It's just a webcam and a piece of software called OBS, Open Broadcast Studio. Just, you know, put a couple scenes together, overlay them, and you know, it's just super cool. All right, so watermarking works. Got good and distracted there because, you know, why not? I was just so excited. We got somebody on Twitch. Yay! So watermarking works. We need to do resizing so that we don't have to load the huge copy. But before I do that, I want to try one more time to generate this test image on the collection site and see if that shows up on the collection site, now that I know that the proxy thing probably wasn't what was wrong. Although I'm a little concerned there. Maybe generating is what broke it. See right there. That's one of the reasons why I like Twitch so much, is the use of like the emotes, the pictures, like in the chat. YouTube I don't know why that culture's just not there. I don't see all the pictures and stuff, and I love it on Twitch. I'm gonna need to get some, little ration pictures, and that kind of stuff for the, for the Twitch side of things. All right, so let me reopen this script over on the photo side, because if I don't have to use the other server, then I won't. All right, so we'll copy this back over here and try and generate the exact same image here. And we'll see if that crashed the museum server. All right, doesn't look like it crashed it. So now we'll move test over to, why are there two? Test.jpg, okay. We'll move test.jpg over to var www.html objects. All right, and then should be able to go to objects, test.jpg, and it's forbidden. And did the whole site go down by trying to go there? No, it didn't go down, but it is forbidden. Why? So let's see. See if anything else over there worked. All right, so this works. Loading locally, but not that. Is it an ownership thing? No. Is it a permissions thing? No. I am confus. So like all these other pieces that are sitting here, like I can load, these are just like demo images that came along with the came with the project. Oh, your mom's CO2 level is too high. Oh, they've got her on oxygen though, right? I would hope. I'm sorry to hear that, Kaylin. We're pulling for her. She'll do all right. She'll do all right. So why doesn't this want to load? Is it because it's gigantic? Am I spelling test incorrectly? Test.jpg. Let me see, is it because it knows the names of things? If I copy this demo file into test2.jpg, can I load it? Yeah, okay. Forbidden. Why would it be forbidden? It has the same file permissions as everything else. I'm looking at this thing right here, and the permissions are read, write, read, read. And this demo one is the same. It's read, write, read, and read. They're both owned by Root. My only thought is that maybe it's broken or returning the wrong header, or I mean, it's definitely this directory. Let's see. Because I just made this test2 right in here, and that loaded. That's right there. Is it like a max file size? That building is definitely haunted. Yeah, I bet you're right. That reminds me of something that I've done some shooting of. Let's see. Go to my drone stuff. I like drones. I have a couple drones. I like to go shoot video in random places. I really like abandoned things. Yeah, if you can't tell, I'm a nut. So this reminded me of a mental asylum, or sorry, an inebriate asylum. Different one, that I've went and shot up in Binghamton, New York. Look at this thing. Let me see if I can get it in a spot where I can zoom in better. Look at that thing. Oh, here we go. So yeah, just, this is the main building. There's a whole campus of buildings, but most of them have been converted for use for other things. But I thought the architecture on this was just so cool. And it's currently abandoned and fenced off, and nobody's allowed anywhere near it. But they can't stop you from the air. Uh-oh, come on, wake up. It's probably not the best idea to have, or best attitude to have, like, I'll do what you want, you can't stop me. Or I'll do what I want, you can't stop me. Let's see. There's all kinds of little bits of this. Where I had a really good flyover of it. I don't think this is it. No, this is something. Where's the good flyover? Did I go back? It's got to be one of these. I mean, it's a flyover for sure, but this wasn't the really good one. Try hitting a tiny electric drone with a Stinger missile, Amelie. I dare you. Pete's asking if I've got footage of the SS United States. Yes, sir. Yes, I do. Yeah, okay, that is a pretty good flyover. Oh, and I keep hitting the wrong button. Hitting escape just kind of breaks it. And this is another one of those like built the site and host the site myself kind of things, just so that I can keep my own great big pile of footage and stuff. Oh, this one was a neat one. Wait, did this not work? I just want to go full screen. There we go. This is one of them radio towers. Let's see how long. It takes like a minute to get to the top of this thing. I always loved. I climbed halfway up one. Maybe not halfway up. I climbed a good chunk of one of these things on a first date 20 years ago. um, but it's just amazing how ridiculously tall they are. This one's 660 feet by the time I got to the top of it. You see the tiny little ladder in the middle. Barely you can tell. And there's like a little perch to hang out on near the top, and then there's the full mast. Yeah, Jesse, climbed. I like climbing things. And I used to have a lot less fear, but in 2006, I had a really bad fall and broke a lot of me, and kind of stopped with the ridiculous climbing of things. Let's see, does this one do? Oh yeah. This is where I'm trying to line it up to get directly over top of it to do a fly around. So this is like looking straight down at that tower we were just looking at. There we go. Almost. All right. Now we're looking straight down at the tower. And then you lock the point in and you pull back with the drone and then you say, um, I want to do an automated flight around that spot. Uh, is this the automated flight? No. Oh, okay. This is the same flight we were just looking at. And then, sorry, I'll stop showing drone footage after the SS United States, and then we'll take a quick look at the SS United States ration that's in the collection. But yeah, like it's just I don't know, it's just neat. All right, I did it again. I did the wrong button. It's just in my nature to hit escape, not click a close link. Let's see, where was the SS United States? That'd be in Philly, probably. No. Hmm. June 2019? Nope. Nope. This is Gettysburg. Oh no, that's Manayunk. Never mind. That's not Gettysburg. Summer 2018. Some waterfront stuff. Battleship, New Jersey. Hmm. Where the heck? Cape Henlopen. Spring 2019? Doesn't seem right. I know I have it on here. I know I do. Pittsburgh. No, it's not going to be in Pittsburgh. Did we look at summer 2018? I think we did. Just one more quick look at it in case I missed it somehow. No, it's not. It's not in summer 2018. probably not going to be in any of these. Later. There's some cool ships and stuff, but not that. Oh, I'm in the Phantom 3. That's why. It's. Where's my other. Where's all my stuff from? Uh-oh. A whole section seems to be missing. Yeah, there's a whole drone missing. I wonder if something got accidentally deleted. I had somebody working on all this stuff. I think he might have been deleting as he was going accidentally. That would be a shame. I mean, I have backups somewhere. Yeah, I think that might be what happened. There's a whole folder for a whole drone that's just not there. Deleted files. Let's see. No, because then it would have just been here. These are all just generics. All files. Drone. Phantom 3. Binghamton, June. Later, Philly. We looked at all these. Spring of 2019. I know they're here because I showed them to let's see, Joe Green at one point. Let's gonna see if I can spot them there. All right. So I had a link. Let's see. If they're gone, they're gone. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, so I've got them. Don't know how to find them through the browser, but oh well. So here we go. Let's see. This is a good one. And then there's at least one other good one, and then we'll see if we can spot the ration for that. So, part of the significance of this thing is, it was a troop transport during World War II, going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So it wait, where was it? No, no, this was constructed in 1950. So okay, it was inspired by troop transports. Huh. I guess it never saw that service. Sorry about that. Here we go. I think this. No, this is the one. So this video, I kind of do like a rotation the whole time I'm flying over it. It's longer than the Titanic, really. But I think the Titanic was a good deal wider, wasn't it? Because this ship isn't really doesn't give off a sense of super bulk. Doesn't seem right. The Titanic was like 1,100 feet long. $883 feet long. And the SS United States is 990 feet long. So points awarded to Pete for SS United States facts. Yeah, it is a pretty darn big ship. I have no idea why the file search here isn't working, but whatever. We found it. All right, back to museum stuff. Oh yeah, I was trying to figure out why this photo doesn't want to load, but besides the point, we'll come back to it. Don't need this photo to work in that spot in order to keep working on the watermarking and resizing project. So, percentage-wise, we want to, let's see, so this photo is insane. It is 4,032 pixels by 3,024 pixels. That's too big. You know, that's nice to have an original of that size, but that's too darn big for the web. So I mean, if you're on a 4K monitor, the fully expanded one can potentially be that big. But even such, then you're opening up one of these gallery pages. You know, say you're looking at this 24-hour IRP. You know, and it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 photos. These are each almost 4 megabytes. So just this one web page right now to load up is 36 megs. That's a bit much. You know, that's a little bit much when you want a website to be about a megabyte, maybe 2, you know, per page when somebody's loading it up. So, like we can see right here. Sorry, it's like I have the camera cut off at a certain point, so you can't see like half of my gestures. But you can see looking at this. Looking at this, it looks all right. You know, shrunk down. So this is we were looking with that screen ruler on the other page. We were seeing 350. So this is probably 500-ish. Let go. Let go. You're not useful if you don't let go, screen ruler. Well, this is fun. The computers are weird, right? I mean, this thing totally worked. Now it will not let go of the mouse. Probably because I was messing with the mouse earlier. Yeah. So, okay. The edge of that camouflage is about 440 pixels in, and then another 100 and change, 110. So we'll call this 550 pixels wide. So that's what we're shooting for with the middle. 45 miles an hour, a ship that big. Can you imagine it hitting something? The sheer amount of force behind that, the tonnage of impact force, you know, with something like that, that's insane. Yossi, I just saw your comment a while back. I would love to make a logo for you. I will happily help you with that. Email me, don't let me forget. I'll happily help you with that. I mean, as long as you're not asking for, the most amazingly detailed thing in the world, I can whip something up for you. You know, you've been so insanely generous and nice to the museum. I would love to do any little thing that could help you out. Yeah, Pete had mentioned, by the way, that that ship is sitting by IKEA. It is. It's right across the street from IKEA. In fact, I was in the IKEA parking lot when I was flying that drone because I wasn't walking over to a closed site. And don't do what I do, but if you do, nobody notices or cares most of the time. Spider-Man had one rule: no one looks up. So whatever you're doing above head level, people don't tend to notice. Um, so we've got to make a 350, we've got to make a 550, and then the fully expanded here. Technically we could have this go through even further to a heavier grade original, but I think even this, realistically, we should cap at like 1500, something like that, just so the site's a lot snappier. But no, never mind. We will put the originals in here probably. Well, still, I mean, that means when somebody opens this up, they're going to have 40 something megabytes to load. There's probably a way we can compress them a little without necessarily keeping their ridiculous size. Pete's saying he's going to cook some chili. I'm gonna have this real quick. So last time I swapped over to the webcam, I did not have the chat on there, and I just realized I can do that. Just click in here, add a scene, find the chat scene, and attach it. And then while I'm at it, I want to bring the chat scene up just a little bit again. Make it just a tiny bit bigger so you can see a little bit more at a time. Let's call that 150. There. That's nice. Turn on studio mode. Okay. So, anybody doesn't know the trick, like, you should not knead your cheese like that. It's going to take you forever. Put it between your hands, press your hands together, and you just kind of work your way across it like you're, about to make a fire with a stick, up and down. And it's going to be the most fully mixed, creamiest, that the cheese is going to get, versus, the kneading one little chunk at a time just doesn't cut it. So let's see, we can. I love how, yeah, no one has mentioned that thing this whole time. Good, thank you guys. Just don't acknowledge it. All right, so let's see, we'll try that. Got some wheat snack bread, and we got this cheese. This snack bread's pretty dark. And it's funny, like, you can see the similarity in appearance to the really, really old hardtack, except this is in no way, like the hardtack in the sense that it is very soft. It is very squeezable. So what I like to do with these is break them on the perforations, so you can make like little breadsticks out of them. As long as it hasn't been smashed up, in a different direction in the pouch already. But then you get your little breadsticks, and you can squeeze a line of cheese along. Yeah. And you can see how even and nicely colored that cheese came out. That's good enough again. Kind of. Nina's saying, grew up in hurricane territory down in Florida. Had lots of snack bread. Yeah. Hopefully, while it was still only a few years old at most, because a lot of folks in Florida would get like the survival supplies from FEMA and then just put them in their garage that gets like 120 degrees in the summer. And yeah, it's no good pretty quick. Yeah, Emily, stopping for a quick snack. And you want to see some madness, you know, this is the room I'm in. This is my little workshop. I like to repair electronics. And I was working on some math, trying to solve a binary tree problem, and the other one was finding the not the lowest prime number, but the lowest in a, or no, the highest value divisible by 3 within a series of set numbers while juxtaposing their positions and finding all their permutations. It's fun because I'm weird. And then there's all my various lengths of wire. Yes, that is not a flamethrower. Look, say what you will, but I love Elon Musk. I love that ridiculous madman. You know, who the hell else gets away with something like that? Like, I need $10 million, so you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to sell 20,000 flamethrowers to the general public before the government can stop me. No one knows about the spaceship, Amelie. Keep that under your hat. Oh, this thing is just, it's just so dumb. I just love it. You know, it's got this igniter up in here. You strap a propane tank like that one, you know, sideways in there, screw it in, and you're good to go. But it says not a flamethrower on it, so officially it isn't. It says right on it, it's not one. Yeah, one of his many companies. So like, the dude's in charge of SpaceX, Tesla, Starlink, Neuralink, Boring Company. I think I'm missing something else too, but at least those 5. And Boring Company is a tunneling company that's making, you know, ridiculous tunneling machines. Boring Company probably won't go anywhere. It was a pipe dream. Pipe dream. I mean, basically making giant pipes underground. But the idea with the Boring Company was being able to tunnel, you know, these hyperloops is what he was going to call them, between cities where they could have a vacuum and have trains that basically go 1,000+ miles an hour from one city to the next. So you could get on a Hyperloop train in New York and end up in DC in like 25 minutes. The Cola borehole. I'm not familiar with that one. Is that like one of those, deepest bore on Earth kind of thing? Hyperloop's on hold at least, Jesse. I don't know if it's going to get picked back up. The one thing that they made is really just a demo. It doesn't really go anywhere. And I haven't heard anything about any new drilling for a while. So right now I'm just kind of expecting that one to fizzle out. Starlink is doing really well. I have a couple friends in the middle of nowhere that have Starlink as their only internet. And it's a godsend. They have extremely high-speed internet, just both directions, out in nowhere, for $90 a month. Like, Starship is going to change everything. Like right now he's doing like SpaceX is using the Falcon 9 rocket to put 60 Starlink satellites at a time into space. 66 or 68, something like that, every time one goes up with the Starlink satellites. Starship is going to put 440 of those at a time into space. It's that much more capable of heavy load lifting. And they got to skip 5 prototypes because of how well Starship SN15 did. They're already, jumping ahead to 20, and they'll be doing orbital flights by the end of this year. It's just amazing how fast that's going. If that was Boeing, if that was Lockheed, what they've done in the last 2.5, 3 years would have taken Boeing the next 30. And it is because they're losing their contracts over it. Excuse me. Because you can see Starship is already years ahead of schedule, while Boeing is falling years and years behind. And so now it's, he's got the moon mission, and he's taken over ferrying astronauts. Ooh, I just got something down my throat. Hold on. Yeah, Randy, you're right. I mean, so he had the sat. I mean, they had the sat. I keep saying he, but there's so many people involved. There's so many people involved. But this is just a great example of private versus public sector. If this was repositioning GPS or repositioning GLONASS or positioning something that the U.S. government had some attachment to, it would take months or years. But they have these constellations of a couple thousand, or I guess they're working on around 2,000-ish, getting closer to 2,000 satellites up there. Didn't have to send up a new mission, just basically had to say, what are the closest ones to this region? We're going to fire their repositioning, we're going to change their orbit, we're going to bring them closer to the Ukraine so that they can cover the region. And not only did they do that within a day or two, but trucks and trucks and trucks of the dishes were there within 72 hours of him tweeting like, all right, we're on this, we're going to do something. And then on top of that, they went ahead and enabled functionality that's been sitting in these things the whole time secretly that lets them make a link in motion. We knew the military was getting to try all that functionality, but we didn't know that all the dishes that were out there already had that functionality. And they turned a switch that basically said, and you can run them on 12 volts. So immediately, the Ukrainian military could take these things, mount them on their vehicles, run them on their vehicle's battery, and maintain a high-speed internet connection while driving at speed. And there's been a couple folks here in the States. Once they said that, they're like, well, does mine do that now? And yeah, they do. They work. So people have taken them, disabled their repositioning motors, and mounted them flat, just flat, to the tops of their vehicles, and they work. At 100 miles an hour, they maintain a high-speed internet connection that barely dips once or twice an hour. It's insane. And all of that was like, yep, we're just going to do that. We're going to turn that switch. So, and then there's Neuralink. They're going to take a chunk of your skull out, put a chip in there, or not a chip, but put a device in there that then wires 1,024 wires into whatever part of your brain you're trying to interact with. And, at least for the first couple years, it's going to be, you've got a complete spinal cord severing. Well, they'll put pieces into the muscle, or into the part of the body you're trying to interact with. And then they'll hook up to the part of the brain that would control that, and they'll link the two digitally instead of, through your actual spinal cord, and you'll be able to, control things. They'll be able to, work on vision. They'll be able to work on senses. They'll be able to work on, motor function. It's insane. I get you. That's where you draw the line. I'll be in line to get one. I'll let those brain butchers go to town as soon as they can. I want to control computers with my brain. I want to have a digital display in my eye. That's not actually in my eye. That's using the optic nerve to draw directly into my vision. Like, I want to do that as soon as I can. I'm getting a little off the rails with all this stuff, though. Let's see. All right, jumping back over to the tech. No, that's all that. Okay, there we go. Jumping back over to all this stuff. That was a good little snack break. I'm also going to snag one of these. First Strike cranberry bar. Those things are tough, but good. I agree, Kaylin. The cran raspberry is the best. The mocha ones are really good. I mean, they're all good. The cinnamon ones, yeah, I would say they're the worst, but they're still good. But those cranberry ones, they were just awesome. See, Nina said install the hardware and software on me yesterday. Plug me in. Yeah, absolutely. I'm on board. I'm with you. Let's get there. It's the future. Let's live like it. But exactly, to each their own. Certainly, if there was a mandate that everybody go out and get chips in their head, I'd be right there protesting it. Let it be a personal choice. But I got plans. I got plans for taking advantage of all that stuff. All right, so. Oh. That was early on. It's funny just starting to bring things in and jam them into this space. Oh, I do have most of the crates shot. That's good. This thing I got for a really good deal, and I've seen them just going up and up and up. These chest, outfit, officer's mess. Oh, I guess that's a much better look at that. This one's from Korean War. So like this is the kind of stuff, like as long as we take good care of it, it'll be there forever. Randy yearns for the past more than the future. I mean, coming from a historian, amateur historian, You know, there's something in both directions. I absolutely love, you know, the lessons we learn from, you know, the technological advancements of the past. I don't I try not to like put too much nostalgia on, you know, the way we lived even half a century ago or a century ago, because it's just we're seeing it with rose-colored glasses. We're seeing the past with our own like ideas of what it was like. But when you really think about everything we have now, everything that's available to us, it's insane how far we've come in such little time in terms of just comfort and quality of life, and just, you know, the things that may not seem like much, but, you know, if they were suddenly lacking, yeah, it would be pretty noticeable. Bring back the Sony Walkman. I have Sony Video Walkman in the closet over there that I was trying to fix. I never got it fixed, but I thought it was a lot smaller than it was. The thing's this freaking big and weighs, you know, 4 or 5 pounds. No, I don't have any of those uh, tapes hanging around here. But yeah, this little thing folds down and had your utensils and salt and stuff in it. And then all this came out of it. So it's a full mess for 8 officers with serving trays and, you know, coffee and creamer and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, I was going to say, you know, MASH never really showed much like that, but a field hospital is a little different than, you know, like a forward operating base. All right, I'm getting lost in that stuff too now. I was looking real quick for some pictures of where the museum's at in terms of, okay, this is, nope, that's the basement shop. No, I guess I don't have them hanging around here, so never mind. All right, this was some of the code we were looking at. Like simplicity, feel the more advanced we become, the further we fall behind. The more smartphones there are, the more stupid people. Yeah, I'm not a giant fan of how disconnected we are from each other, you know, as a result of tech. Hey, what? Oh no, now I see the chat's on both. Let me see, let me fix that. That's the side effect of doing that. Didn't need that. There we go. Oops. All right, so jump back over here. What were we doing? We were messing around with this picture. I don't know what isn't working there. We used the same script. Is it that it's not really a JPEG? I don't know. I'm going to have to figure that out, but for now we're going to keep working on the one that's on the server that we know works for checking this stuff. Let's see, that was updating the actual collection. Okay, so now we're going to try and make it compress some things. So we've got the watermark scaled up and applied. Now we're going to make some shrunk version. That was, yeah, that's the one that's 4,000 pixels. Let's see if we can use image magic to reduce size, file size. Set compression quality to 85. So let's do a quick test here. So we can do image, set compression quality, 85. That should be pretty close to lossless. And then we'll convert again. Now let's just take a look at the size, because before it was 3.7 megabytes. Now it's 2.1. It's still pretty big. The dimensions are going to be the same. It's still going to be 4,000. But let's take a look. So here it is at the 3.7, and let's give this a refresh. And here it is at 2.1. I can't tell. It looks basically the same. Let's take it down a notch. Let's go to 75%. So now the file size is 1.5, getting closer. Let's refresh. You know, let me undo, and we'll do all of them side by side, and we'll see if there's any way, if there's anything we can tell in terms of bad or good. And I can take this. Emily, do not breathe burning Esbit's fumes, okay? Don't do that. All right, here we go. Now you guys can see the whole photo. So you don't need all of these open. I guess I can leave the master catalog open over by metadata. We have everything we need from these for the most part. Don't need Photopia. All right. Okay, so test 2. And we'll turn off the compression entirely and do test 3. And then we can see 3 of these side by side. Get a feel for how it's changing the image, if at all. Okay, test 1, 2, and 3. There's test 2. And here we'll do test 3. Okay, so this is uncompressed. This is compressed to 85%. And this is compressed to 75%. Let me just refresh and make sure. So 75, 85, 100. I don't see the slightest difference. How about you guys? It's not, so like, okay, 75, 85, 100% quality. Yeah, not only do they smell bad, but they're, those Esbit tabs are almost certainly putting off some, hydrocarbons that you should not put inside your lungs. I almost missed your comment, Randy. If not for technology, you wouldn't be watching Old Friend from Way Back. Well, it's so friggin' neat that you're here. One of the good things about putting my real name on Facebook finally. So let's go even further. Let's take this down to 65%. See how far we can compress this. So now we're at 1.2 megabytes. You know, and it's still 4,000 pixels. So here's 60, 65, here's 85, here's 100. Now let's jump into the logo on each of these. I am seeing zero difference. And I mean, if I wasn't looking at the file size, I almost wouldn't believe it, but like, these are 3 different versions of this. Let me bring this down a bit so you guys can see the tab up here changing. Look at that. They are the 3 different versions. Oh, hey, kitty. Oh, say hello, kitty face. This is Billy. Billy's a street cat. I've had her for about 5 years. She got brought into our office about 5.5 years ago. Oh, hey, look, that one actually even looks like her. It's got her face markings. Look. You found like the perfect picture. But yeah, she was a little street kitty. In really bad shape, and somebody brought her into our office, and she lived in our office for a couple months while I was out in Montana packing up to move back to Philly. And when I came back, I was back for a couple weeks when the boss was like, "All right, somebody get this damn cat out of the office. You know, can't stand it anymore." She smelled pretty bad at the time, which was, you know, her diet. She was eating. The person who brought her into the office, my friend Kristen, she had her on this, I don't know, some kind of fancy pants cat food that she smelled so bad. Like, yeah, she was like farting all the time, and it was awful. And I just put her on Purina indoor cat chow, and that's what she eats, and she's fine, and she doesn't smell bad. You know, and my cats live to be like 18 years old, so, you know, I don't know what benefit they're going to get from the fancy food, but she seems happy and healthy. All right, kitty face. Gonna put you back down. Nope, down. All right. She slashes me up like nobody's business, though. She is a stabber and a biter and a slasher and a shedder. I said I'd never have a long hair cat, but you know, sometimes you don't have a choice. Sometimes it's, you know, like you just gotta. You know, she's my kitty, and then Billy. I mean, sorry, not Billy. Shabby, who's downstairs, who you've seen on other streams. She just showed up on my porch, and after, you know, a couple months of hanging out, it started to get pretty cold, and so bit by bit, I opened the door and would let her in, and she'd hang out, and she'd want to go back out. And that duration outside started out like, you know, the bulk of the day, and just a little bit inside, but slowly but surely flipped those, and she was in way more than she was out, and now she hasn't been outside in, like, you know, I mean, she's escaped once or twice for like 10 minutes, but other than that, she's been inside for the last like year and a half. I get your Super Freak reference, Pete. Oh no, Kaylin, I meant the Nina over on Twitch had used some icons of Kitty. Let me see, can I paste those back in here? No, that doesn't work. But so yeah, so far 65% is fine. Let's take this a little further. Let's go 45%. You know, let's jump. I want to see this thing get worse before I call it good. Because I mean, like, if we can take this down to, like, if the large size can be 800K or something, that's great. that means we can have these, zoom inable. Yeah, I'm allergic to cats, by the way. Like, great decision, me. Like, let's have a bunch of cats. I mean, I have two. I don't have a bunch. Okay, so kitty. So here we go. Compressed at 65%. Sorry, 45%. This might be starting to show. All right, so here we've got full quality, 85%, 45%. I see something. You see, there's a little bit of color change. You see that? I don't think it's going to matter. All right, so we'll zoom in on the same spot again. All right, so this is full quality, 85%, 45%. Just going to force refresh one more time. All right. Just get it so that it's the exact same point. Okay, full quality, 85, 45. Yeah, 45%. I mean, I'm using quality compression is the algorithm there. So, and that's why I build these things myself, like then we can get that specific with it and not have to lose out because ImageMagick is magic. It is amazing software. It's like FFmpeg for images in terms of like just taking advantage of modern compression techniques. Everything can be smaller. This stuff is awesome. Yeah, some of the white in the background was slightly different, but here we go. Like you can see the tabs changing, swapping between them. Now let me see what size we got this down to. Yeah, my face itches like crazy now. Thanks, kitty. So we got this down to 858 kilobytes from 3.9 megabytes is the uncompressed. 3.9 to 885. Yeah, I'm trying to reduce the file size without reducing the quality or the pixels. So this is still 4,000. Let me see. So this image is still 4,032 by 3,024. So when it's used on the collection site, people can still people can still like open one of these up and zoom in on it and move it around for like extreme detail and have it still look good. But so that'll be the full size one. And then I'll be able to make reduced size ones for this page and for this page so that the site can load insanely quickly, even for somebody on a phone, with very little bandwidth, and still look exactly like it does now at huge quality. Because right now, this page right here, at roughly 3.9 megabytes per image, and there's 33 that are loading on just this page. This page to load up is 128 megabytes, which, say you're on, say you're on a 18 megabit cable connection, you're able to download at about, wait, 100 megabit. Yeah, so you're able to download at about 2 megabytes a second maximum, which is still pretty damn fast. This page would take you a minute and a half to download. Say you're on like a DSL connection, this page would take you 3 or 4 minutes to download. Say you're on like a shared connection or like on a cell phone with like moderate reception out, for one, somebody loads 10 of these pages and that's a gigabyte of their data gone. Don't want that. I want people to be able to come to the site and use the site and have it work super quick and not eat all their data. And, the faster a site like this loads, the happier Google and everybody else is with the site. So trying to make it so that we can take extremely high quality photos and have them in the archive, but then share photos that are still high quality but are web friendly. So yeah, Amelie's connection is 20.9 megabits per second. So, or is that 20.9 megabytes download speed, which would actually be pretty good. That would mean you have about a 300 megabit connection. But even then, that's 6 or 8 seconds to download this page at full bandwidth, which, here's the other thing. This is in my basement right now. Once I have all the photos on here, I don't know that I want people downloading gigs and gigs and gigs and gigs constantly. I mean, I sort of don't care. I'm trying to use this connection as best I can. Like I've got a streaming TV service run out of my house that like 50 people are on at this point. I have more content than Hulu. I have more content than Disney Plus. I have more content than HBO Max, all of them combined. Although Netflix still has more than me. But when I get a good show, it's on there forever. It doesn't just go away in a year. I just added a bunch of fun stuff. Tuna's saying make it like Willy Wonka and send MREs through the TV set. Soon enough, like, that's one thing. With a Neuralink in the right part of the brain, right? So, like, if we go back to that idea from before, if you attach to the right part of your brain and there's in and out with the data on this thing, theoretically, you could record the sensation of eating something, the taste of it, and like feel, that mouth feel and that taste, and play it back or send it to someone else with the same, implant installed. So you'd be able to potentially eat something or taste something without being there. Now imagine if that gets popular enough that it's like come to the Ration Museum, plug into our data and taste these things while you're looking at them. I love the future. I mean, it's the fact that like within 5 years of right now today that is possible, not just a ridiculous maybe but that is a thing that could happen. It's just amazing. It's amazing. Hey Renee, welcome to the stream. We got basically no time left. Planned on wrapping up at 7 today, but glad to see you. This was a fun one, I think, especially if you like tech. We looked at a lot of the behind the scenes stuff today. Working on trying to make this collection website faster and better and search engine friendly. And, got kind of sideways into tech talk on the future and on rockets and looked at some drone videos and stuff. And a flamethrower. Not a flamethrower. Oh, no worries at all, though. Tuna's saying, Vomlet. I loved that thing, and I still love that thing. Every now and then I get one, from the last year or two that they made them, and, I loved them. The vegetable cheese omelets, yeah. These bars are very, very dense and take some solid effort to chew up. So sorry, every time I take a bite, I'm like, I'm committed for 10, 20 seconds of chewing there. Sorry about that. Randy, you're great. You can ask whatever you want. You can comment wherever you want. I'm really happy you jumped into this one. This is what I do on Sundays is show folks a little tiny bit of progress on the museum at a time, and chat and catch up. We're a big old family. We're just hanging out, having a good time. Yeah, I think we're gonna wrap up. Oh, and Nina said phantom tasting sounds like potential for some cool treatments for dopamine and serotonin deficiencies. Oh my God, yeah. Like there's gonna be, there's gonna be so many things we can trial. Well, it's gonna come down to having someone cut your skull open and put things in there, or not someone. That's the other thing. They made the robot already that does the surgery, and they almost were like, "Oh yeah, the robot, yeah, it works. It's right over there." Like that in and of itself was one of the most amazing technological breakthroughs I've ever seen, and they're more concerned about the software on the device than they are about the fact that they made this ridiculous surgical robot, that can do all the wire implanting, and you don't even bleed. Like the brain doesn't even bleed during the surgery, and when you're done, they've already trialed removal and up to 2 years following removal doing tests, and there's no scar tissue, there's no anything. So if you decide you don't want it, you can have it taken out. But overall, I think tonight was a very fun stream. I'm in a great mood at the end of this thing, so that's always a good sign. I had a lot of fun messing around with the code. I hope you guys, had some fun watching all that. And it looks like the home streaming setup works well enough that I'll probably be back doing this again next weekend. Let's see. Nina says, by the way, hi everybody over on YouTube. Consider joining me on Twitch. I swear, guys, consider Twitch. Twitch is awesome. Yeah. Yeah, if I get to 50 on YouTube, I have to get to 1,000. On YouTube, it's 1,000 before you can monetize, and 4,000 hours of watch time. So, bit of a difference. Over on YouTube, over on Twitch, it's just 50. So we'll get there. I think we'll get there. I just need I need to do all the stuff below the stream on Twitch where it's all the different buttons and stuff, and then I need to I'm involved in a whole ton of communities on Twitch under my other handle, Ruler Yak, and I've been involved in donating and helping and being friends with hundreds of people on here for years. So I just finally need to say, oh hey, by the way, guys, this is my stream. It's just under a different name. Come check us out. But also, this is such a niche. Like, people need to be interested in museums and history and food and all that stuff. So I know not everybody that I hang out with there is going to necessarily translate to this, which is fine. But I'm sure there's lots of folks that do. It's funny how often I run into people like watching one of Steve's reviews and doing reaction videos on Twitch. So there are folks that think this is fun, at least. But I'm really appreciative that you came and hung out and talked, even though you were probably the only one over there, talking alone in that channel. But we'll work on that. We'll get a community going there too, and we'll make the cross communication probably a little better. I can work on that too. Kaylin saying when Ramadan starts April 2nd, I won't be doing live streams. We're having nightly after dinners. Yeah, so Ramadan's an interesting concept. It's fasting, but it's only fasting while the sun's up. So like you eat usually a pretty big meal before dawn, and you eat again after dawn or after sunset. In a lot of families that observe. So yeah, I guess you can't do your normal streaming times, which for anybody who's wondering is 8 o'clock over on Kaylin's channel. We'll grab the video there. Let's see. I usually have one of your videos showing on the home page. Let's see. There we go. So give her a subscribe. Head on over there in an hour. What are you reviewing tonight? Sounds like good news about your mom, I hope. But yeah, everybody. Oh yeah. Kaylin's gonna eat one of the newest HDRs, the vegan, halal, kosher. Like, I love those things. You gotta like beans though. You certainly gotta like beans to like those. But yeah, head on over there, check her out. Again, everybody, thanks so much for coming. I had a great time with you guys tonight, and I'll be back again same time next Sunday. So that's 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern. I'll maybe try and start doing some more streaming during the week if I can do more of this kind of stuff. So keep an eye out. I'll be scheduling it in advance if I do. But otherwise, I'll see you guys next weekend. And until then, just remember, stay rational.